Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're doing more Insignia Dev. It's another busy one for me, so I'm going to jump straight into it as soon as I can. I want to say a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in chat already. We got Squiggy Things. Hey Squig. Booyah Grandma is here. Thank you so much for the resub. 12 months, holy moly. Hopefully everything's going well with you and your project. Big thanks to River Links as well for the most recent follow. Anybody in YouTube? Holla at me. All right. Not going to waste too much time today. I've been doing a bit more stuff for trailery things. And sorry, I just had a hair itching the inside of my nose. Yeah, been doing a bit of trailery stuff. It's now already 1:30. Time flies, man. So, we are going to go straight into... What are we doing? We're doing Harriet boss fight, I think. I think we got her. Hey, Ocelot. Hey, Punkaster. Game's going good. Hey, Zap. All right. So I'm not gonna waste any time. Just gonna go straight into it. I haven't really been looking at the game today. Actually, let's open up Fork and see if we've got anything pushed. We're good. Okay. Alrighty. So straight to the boss fight, I suppose. Oh, it's hiding. And actually, what are you doing here? We gotta fix that. Okay. So on the Harriet fight, what was the stage we got up to? I think we were midway through phase 2. Oh, Punk Asta, thank you so much for watching. So midway through phase 2 is up to when the bookcase can come in, but we don't have her attack yet. Now, that's going to be a fun one because, well, we don't have... We're going to retool the feather mechanic altogether. Her feather, her quill. So... Let's start just like mocking up what that looks like. I shouldn't be afraid to add some animations here. So, what I was thinking... Going through ideas about how she can use her feather and how those can be, I guess, a little bit more elemental or a bit more procedural. That's the idea. So we're going to see how we can get around with that. The hard part is going to be putting hitboxes on the attacks that are procedural. I mean, it doesn't have to be procedural per se. We can add arcs in them and we can do the hitboxes by hand. In which case the quill just becomes a visual element, which is fine as well. That's no problem. Sorry, I'm just having to like rationalize this a little bit because I'm not entirely sure about some of this stuff. You know, it's like I'm baking the ideas as I go. Now, where did that map go? Not this one. There's always a map that's supposed to be here that's just sometimes not here. Where did it go? No. It can't be out this way. I hate it. Not this, not that, not that, not any of these. So where the hell's this map? Ah, it's the sandbox. Okay, okay, that should be here. Okay, so we've got this quill object, and I'm gonna bring Armin. Oh, there was something here. Hey, it's Explosion. I've been streaming on Twitch for about 8 years. I've been streaming on YouTube for about a month and a half total. So the streams have been here for a long time. Okay. So what I want to do is maybe just disable this. And then enable this, remove this. Take this guy, put him all the way up here. Cool, okay. And then the idea is that we can play around with where is it? There it is. So we should be able to make this do all kinds of stuff on the right hand side. So it's not bad as it is. I have this issue with VFX that I don't know like what the right like approach for some of this stuff is. There's like a pixel art technique that I feel like I'm missing. You know, it's like one tiny little thing, and when I know how to solve that thing, I feel like the game will look a lot prettier. But it's basically like, what do I do with this trail? Do I just spawn in like hundreds of particles behind it that are all sparkly? Like what does a good trail look like in pixel art? You know, that's the question. Oh yeah. I know. Look, honestly, you guys, when it comes to like Twitch streaming and YouTube viewers knowing about it, unfortunately, it's one of those things where like I can't. I'm only responsible for what I'm able to do, and I haven't done the best job of marketing the Twitch stream on the YouTube channel. But it's also, I think, in part because I have a channel that's not very. Its growth is not really tied to regular updates. So I don't really have like people tuning in every video. So if I make a mention of it, you know, 3 or 4 times in a short period, the broader audience isn't necessarily going to see those videos just because they're my most recent updates. They're going to see the videos that are popular, and the popular videos are like the older tutorials that people search for first because they're more fundamental. So unfortunately, you know, there's only so much I can do in terms of reach that way. I think my like active audience is something like 20 to 30K viewers. And the other 230,000 are like, they might stumble into a video here or there depending on how it's recommended to them. That's what I think, but I don't know how accurate that is. All right. So yeah, the idea here of this thing flying around, I mean, I'm trying to think about like other games that did this and how they did it. Because there's quite a few other examples in the game where I've tried to do like a ribbon, and had the same issue where like it didn't really look like what it was supposed to, especially not in pixel art. And in a way, this kind of ties into the question around the ensign effects and how they're supposed to look. Like, what do these things look like when streamed out? You know, is it actually just water, or is it like water at the front and like a blue effect behind it, that kind of thing? Or the difference between if we are talking about the energy of an ensign that you know streams out of an enemy when you defeat it, that follows a little gem. Like, we do a lot of this still. These lines right now are just like literally just lines. I mean, you know, I've got ideas about what this stuff could look like. And I do try to think about like, okay, is it like a series of particles, you know, that get like created in the world? I think that's typically how pixel art does this kind of thing. I think it's typically just particles. You create a stream of particles that are so dense together that they look like a chain of, you know, they look like a line, basically. I'm pretty sure that's kind of how it's done. You know, like, that's how I do it with the fire right now. It's just like a line of explosive flame particles getting created into the space, and it follows the line because it's happening very frequently. I never know though if there has to be something more than this. And another question of it could be something to do with directionality. So this thing here right now, it's kind of connecting all the particles to make a line. There's like a continuous line there. And you can see that line kind of, I guess it doesn't really have directionality, it's just very dense. Maybe it's just a question of making really, really dense, magic-y particles that are in pixel art. Yeah, we've done meshes in the past. It just doesn't look good in a pixel art game. You know, it just doesn't read very well, especially when it's like super procedural. Like even this line here doesn't feel right. Even if you were to go into the game and lower the resolution and then look at it like this, it's okay, but it's not like, there's something about it that just feels like we're looking at something through a screen door. It doesn't feel like it's pixel art. It feels like it's low resolution stuff. This is kind of like Dead Cells. People often talk about how like Dead Cells is a 3D game that's just rendered in pixel art, and they refer to it as like an innovation, and it is in a way, but I also think it's almost like a failure to, well, not a failure, it creates a limitation that makes it a lot harder to be intentional about design, because things just are where they are on the mesh. You know, you can't express things in ways that break the model. Otherwise you have to do it frame by frame, and then you're back where you started. And I also just think that it's just not a, it's, yeah, I mean, very select times you can do it, like in a sci-fi game, like in Fez, you know? They've got the dodecahedron thing, and that's fine, because it's supposed to be from another dimension. But I think the most effective effects that I've got so far have all been ones where they were just sprites that I animated. The water is one that's extremely... there's a lot happening in the water. And it's only just... like it kind of works. But it took a long time to get that water to behave the way that it does. Like it's a lot of energy. So... yeah, this conversation makes me anxious, particularly because it represents an unbounded task, time-wise. There's no, I don't know how long, if I start playing with VFX, I don't know how long I'll be. It might be all day, just working on feather stuff, and it might not actually result in something that I use. Which feels very, very committal for how late we are. I might just spend a little bit of time on a new file. Just sort of re-envisioning, I guess. Having done the new stuff that I worked on recently, these things here, having just worked on these, maybe there's an opportunity to, I don't know, kind of just take this, take this, take this, take this, and do something, you know, do something with it. Same exact color? Wow. That was kind of the intention. Did you sort out the boss battle? I've been working on it. I'm still working on it. In fact, what we're doing now is about the VFX on the quill, Harriet's quill. How did we do that? Dut, 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 dut. Anyway. Dut, dut, dut. Oops. Dut, 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 dut. This color should be like over here. This is very drastic, these changes. Also, these seem to be reversed. I'm not sure, actually. No, they weren't. They're just weird. This color into this color into this color. It almost feels like this. I understand what it's there for, but it almost feels like this should be more blue as a result. I think it was more desaturated too. To get from here to here to here to there to there. Yeah, it almost feels like it wants to be like here. And then if we look at this through the different spectrum, and we do it again, yeah, these two are definitely wrong. But this should be the blue, and this should be the purple. Maybe even further. But the distance between these two is really big too. I mean, it wraps around, but this should probably be just a little drier. And then this can be maybe a little further more towards that. That's a bit better. And then there's a bit of a kick up here that's no good. Can bring this over. Also, looking at the saturation, this is an interesting one. I don't know how, I don't think that's what the colors are on the fire. Oh, I guess they are. That's so weird. I think this probably should be a bit more yellow, this color here. So I'm going to go yeah, that should be like up here and a little stronger. They're all at max saturation, these. And we've got this. That's too similar. Could go deeper into the blue. How do we get down? How is this darker? I suppose that's interesting. I didn't even think about it. This into this, this is darker than this. What the hell? Blue into green does this thing with brightness. That's so weird. Like this, look how dark that looks to our eyes, you know? Hey, Ren. Oh, like a model rotation. No, I don't have a video about that. That's interesting. I could do that. Like, what you're describing is defining a reference model. So, this is what you're describing, right? It's like how to do this rotation for different sprites and stuff. Is that what you mean? Can I ask a conceptual question, says BG. I work in Godot and curious how you'd approach a design issue. Yeah, you can ask me about it. That's fine. Go for it. All right, so let's look at just maybe yellow. Let's say you want Armin, okay, so the player character, to be able to enter and drive a stagecoach. Scene loads, stagecoach sprite and player are there. How do you get Armin into the coach and control it? Well, I mean, in my case, it would be something like this. I would have like player character here. I would have the stagecoach here. That's the horse. I would have a point. Let's say there's like the little seat thing here. Damn, this came up really nicely. So maybe this zone would be where you can get into the coach. If it's driving it, it's here, right? Because you gotta be able to do that. So right around here, I would have like a big rectangle where when you step inside of that rectangle, it has a little button prompt to tell you what to press. In my case, it's the S button, the S key on the keyboard, or like the Y button on an Xbox controller. And then I would go into like a canned animation where I would have Armin get up into the coach. So in my case, I could just make Armin disappear and start playing that animation of Armin getting into the coach. And then assuming that he didn't need to be like, assuming the player couldn't like move around during that time, I would just have it disabled. I just have his game object, not disabled, but I'd have the sprite renderer disabled, and I just, every frame, just set the player position to be here, and then have like, well, I might give him a custom animation where he's holding the reins or whatever, and but I would, yeah, that's what I would do. I would give him an animation state for being in the stagecoach, and I'd have that place his character here while he's doing it, and then when you finish, you press some button, and then I re-enable player controller, make him jump off, and you can continue playing. So I would basically teleport him from here to here, and then just not use physics at all during that space. I would just like attach him to the stagecoach while he was driving it around. Mostly just for the camera's sake, so the camera knows where he is and how to look at him. But otherwise, you could just hide the game object entirely if you wanted. You don't even need it. And I would do the same in Godot as Unity. I wouldn't make a distinction between those two things. And controlling it would be its own thing. It's like its own script, its own whatever. No, I mean, like, I would probably keep the stagecoach sprite. I would hide Armin's sprite during the transition, and then I wouldn't like have the entire player controller render out the stagecoach. I would have the stagecoach sprite stay where it is, you know, and let it do its thing. I'd animate it and do what I needed to do. I wouldn't hide it. Yeah. Okay. So I've done, like, there's so many of these design effects. August 2024. Yeah, this stuff. Like, I've been down this road, and I've envisioned what these would look like as particle systems. I mean, it hasn't changed. This is still how I would think about this. And the colors that I would use are almost literally the exact same colors. I mean, these are, yeah, I literally just pasted these in. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I would do, you know? The only thing I think that I would need to be careful of is when you're capturing an ensign in the game, the little diamond is like moving around. Do we really want to see these, this effect behind it? I think that's wrong, because this stuff implies damage. It implies elemental damage, like hitboxes on an effect or on an ability. So I'd need a version of this that's more like muted, and that's the thing that I guess I'm wanting to do here, and that's the thing that I want there to be, like, more trails. I guess I could do something like this. The heck? What? Why can't I? What is going on right now with my computer? I can't see any of my selections. Okay. Nope. Still nope. Are you okay? There we go. Jesus. Yeah, so like maybe there's something here where we sort of gradient this thing out like that. That looks pretty magical. Maybe we could have it sort of be broken up. In that case, actually, all that is a very simple particle emitter. That's beautiful, actually. Yeah, and you just, what's the word? You could just have each of these be a little square, like this, this, and they just have a little lifespan. And then every so often you spawn a little twinkle. Yeah, what am I doing? That's so easy. Why didn't I just do that like a year ago? Damn. Very annoying. Well, It definitely wasn't an unbounded task. That looks sick, man. That looks great. All right, well, shit. Let's go and make that. That's actually really easy to do. Okay. Hey, Ren. I think, are you trying to talk about the difference between, you're trying to say like you draw something like this, like a sword or something, just like this, and you want to rotate it, and it looks different when you go like this? Is that what you mean? Hey, BG. Oh no, we'll still be doing this thing. We'll still be doing it. It's just, this is for a different kind of effect based on the same element, if that's what you're talking about. All right. It looks like it becomes something different. Yeah, all you can do, Ren, is use, when you rotate it, instead of fast rotation, press rot sprite, which is a bit better of an algorithm. When it rotates, it just manages the rotation a little bit better, but then you have to draw it yourself. That's just what happens. There's no secret. You just have to redraw the sprite or edit it. All right. So let's turn off our trails. They are off. Is there really? Oh, so this is doing that. This is emitting a lot. It's literally what we're doing. Okay. But we don't want it to rotate. We want them to be, they need to be in world space. So simulation space is world, scaling mode is hierarchy? No. Shape? No. It is world space. That's better. Now, I think size over lifetime could be a little bit more interesting. We'd need to like quantize this. Maybe we start bigger. We'd want this to be a little random. don't know why it looked so good here. I guess the little breaks in it are kind of cool. I mean, that's basically what I drew. Now, size. Let's go with 3 pixels. And then maybe we could increase the rate a little bit more. Or is there a size over lifetime? Something like that. Then there's like we want kind of like a noise over this that is animating the position. But it's sort of more like, right now it's quite a lot. We can also separate, no, the actives, not ox, no. Where's scale? Where's the noise scale? I guess that's frequency. So we can do that, and then we can increase the strength this way. That's not right. That's like their entire position, but it's actually velocity that I want. I want to add like chaos into the velocity over lifetime. This is just position offsets. It's not bad, but it's not really going to do much. We can give them a start velocity, start speed of like 0.02 or something like that. And give them a little bit of a randomness. We would want the limit velocity of a lifetime to go. Now we can bring the frequency of this up and the strength way down. And that's looking a little better. Frequency way up. Way up. That's a bit better. A mini narwhal. got a nice little wobble to it. Now, the color is something that we need to like gradient through. If I say gradient, I should be able to pick the colors that we have got from here. I can just do that from the other monitor. One sec. So it's actually like color, 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 color. This one is going to be this. And this is fixed. So it's like that. And then this one is going to be, oh man, if I solve this today, this is going to save me so much energy in the future. Anytime I need to do magic, I know what I'm doing. Already it looks magical. It's already there. Something about gradients that just do something good. Now, the size over lifetime, or the emission, I think it's size over lifetime. I want this to be a little bit more, I want it to build a little bit. I also want this to be more dense. Now, is that what I drew? Yeah, we just need that additional system. So if I copy this and paste it, now we have two of these systems working at the exact same time. But if I pre-warm this by a little bit, you'll start seeing the differences, I think, or... no? Okay. Is this playing? Oh, it's not playing. Okay, now you can see it. So, the idea behind this one is that instead, this emission is based on just time. There's no rate over distance. And when this one emits, it emits from a wider radius. Here you get these little sparkly bits. Maybe we can do it over distance, like 10 over 1 meter. Well, also like 2 over lifetime. 5 over, no, 3, 2. The twinkling helps a lot, I think. Now we're also kind of cheating a little bit because this is now, we're looking at it through like a HD screen now. So you can see it's not perfect. If we look at it through 640 by 360, it quantizes to the screen a little bit better. And then we want this to play through a sprite animation. So this is a texture sheet animation. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy this. So that I can disable it and then paste it. What that allows us to do, if you paste it, it means you can save the changes, because when you stop previewing in Unity, it'll undo all the changes you just did. But now it won't do that because we copied it and pasted it as it was in the scene. So we get to stay here and work on this. Hey, Sailor Man, working on particles for an attack for the magic system. Okay, so now we want to do, like I said, texture sheet animation. And I actually have key item drop. This has a particle system on it that I want to use here. Key item drop has particles that have a texture sheet animation, and it's these ones that we want. Now, can I copy the module? Oh yeah, baby. And can I paste it on my feather? Very small. So this is probably got to do with the start size. Yep. Maybe 0.08, 0.16, 32. That's too big. 2.4. Also too big. It's got to be 1.6, right? Yeah, one of those pixels is one of these pixels in size. So 0.16 is correct. So, there we go. What do you think? Hey, Birdie Birdson. Thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. Does it look like magic? Hopefully it does. It would have been nice for me to be able to stagger the yellow into the purple at more random rates so that it doesn't advance. The particle systems are a little bit limited, but it would have been nice to be able to stretch these in a little bit different ways. I can obviously stretch it myself, but it's going to loop the same way every time. That's what I mean. So now what we could do is we could make this basically more generic, or not generic, but parameterized. So we can do like a blue and a red and a green and a whatever, all the different element colors that I've got. And then we can attach these gradients to the abilities. So the ability gradients are the things that drive this. Okay, did I get the emission right? I feel like we didn't quite still, but it's now up to 50. I mean, if I go to like 100, does that really change it? Oh, that's much better. That's much better. 80? Yeah, that's cool. Nice. What do you think about that? Would adjusting the alpha a bit on the top particle give you more of what you're looking for? The top particle. Do you mean at the end of their lifespan? I don't think I can really do that. I'm sure that's not what you meant, but I could do that. I think really it's more a question of, well, no, I don't think I want to do that. I think I just want to do size over lifetime and just have the size be a little bit more incremental as it exits. Or maybe their lifetime can be a little bit more, right now the starting lifetime is 1 second. So if it's a random between two constants and one of them is like 0.8 and one of them is 1, that should give it a bit more variety at the tail end. I think I do want color over lifetime to change there. Just at the very end. Just like I had it, I think. Oh, it's so minor. No, I don't think I want them to blend. No. No. I think the whole thing about pixel art, I say this word a lot, it's quantize. Like, this effect only works because we're going from one color to another color to another color in a fixed palette. Once you start blurring, it's gonna look really muddy. And we were actually doing this, like yesterday, I was getting some feedback about this stuff. And even like as we're drawing like this, like even this, where we're getting a lot of blending between colors, it's sort of harder to tell what's happening. Whereas when you make it chunkier and clearer and blockier, it's stronger. And pixel art is like that. If you work, that's what palettes are for. One sec, pals. So you don't have to stick to a palette all the time, but if you like, I mean, I'll show you what I mean. If I just do this, you can start seeing all the little bits where they overlap a little bit, you know? We could bring this up, but it doesn't, something is different about it. It's not nice. So it's really hard. I mean, like opacity is like it's a tough one because you want to be able to make things, you know, you can't see what's behind this stuff. And if it's supposed to be magic, you know, if it's not fully opaque, like it should live in the world. So like, you know, you want to add some alpha to it. But anyway, I love this thing. I'm so happy with it and I'm going to keep it. I'm going to make an effect out of it and I'm going to call it Magic Trail Effect. And I'm actually going to remove some stuff about it. Zero. Awesome. Wow. I don't know why I didn't just do this before. I don't know what happened. I think it was the gradient. I think that's what sold me on it. Let's try it with a couple of different colors before we go too far though. Just to make sure, before I turn it into like a whole system. I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. So this becomes the darkest green into this, into this, into this. Oops. Yeah, looks great. No complaints. Amazing. All right. It only took me like literally 2 months to get this effect right. not 2 months, a long time. I've been back and forth on this. In the concept and in the implementation, it's taken, like, I mean, look at all this stuff. This is all part of that effect. It's this thing here. That's this trail is what I'm describing. And this was done in 2023. It's this trail, same thing, which is almost what we've got right now. It's so similar. And this is the same concept. I'm still trying to figure it out. This same concept, still trying to figure it out. I quite like these things still. I might still keep those. The little accoutrement things, the little filigree. Having breaks in it and planting these little guys in there. This is called Leonardo, this software. All right. Okay. So, hey, the Letus, thanks for the follow. Hey, Memphis. Oh, wow. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Okay. So, I need to turn this into an effect in the game. Or give each of the effects a, like, instead of leaf manager, we'll spawn that in, but we'll assign, and when we assign the effect, we'll have a parameter for whether or not it should be the big version or the little version, maybe. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back in a bit. Okie dokie. Pardon me. Okie dokie. So, options. For how I want to implement this, it would be nice if our effect manager just knew what it was doing. Right now, I have the key and I have the position. The key doesn't say what kind of effect it is. This is just it's a mono behavior. So this is one effect, I think. Yeah, this is to trigger and detrigger one effect. I think so. If I go to my game engine and go to my effects managers, each of them is an effect manager. Yeah. Okay. So then what I guess I would do is make an effect manager for this effect. The only thing is I would need to assign the color. I could do 4 effect managers, one with the pre-baked colors in. That would be pretty straightforward. Or I could have maybe a function that I could pass in for parameters. Or I could inherit from this class and just call it magical effect manager or something like that, like magic streak effect manager. And then when we assign the effect, we have an override or something like that that tells us which colors we're using or which ability. That would be pretty reasonable. I'm gonna go turn the air on and I'll come right back. 1 sec. So the idea here is we want to be able to, when we assign this effect, send in at least a gradient would be nice, or the ability that the effect belongs to. And then it needs to be able to interpret based on that ability what it's going to do on creation. This instantiate effect passes it through to here, and this just already knows what it is. I see. It would be nice to be able to pass in parameters. Does this return the effect? Oh, it does. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, assuming that I keep the effect reference, I can just assign to it. But effects obviously don't have... Oh, they've got a particle system array that they have. So I can just assign the particle system properties, like the start color, to the array. And that should be okay. The only thing I'd worry about there is the first particle that gets emitted might be not the right color. But assuming that we don't start until after that first frame, it should be fine. So in that case, we can just use this effect system exactly as it is. We don't need to extend it. Okay, good. So, magic trail effect. So, in our engine, we have our effect managers, elements. I want to call this like maybe just streaks or something like that. Ensign streak, ensign stroke, strokes. Wisps. Trails. That's probably better. Okay, so here we have 4. We can do 4 as well, and then we just need to assign the prefab to it. That's all. It's just got an effect manager. Create empty. So like effect trail effect manager. Streamer. And then we just need to, now over here, we're going to click this effect, and these are the effects. We're going to go grab that magic brush effect, which we can't do just yet. We've got to back out. Ensign trail effect. Pass it in here. Then go back to our game engine, back to Ensign Trail Effect Manager, and then Ensign Trail Effect goes here. Very good. Back over at these, when we look at them, they have their effect turned on and the particle test turned off, and a layer manager as well. So back at Trail Effect, we've got this turned off, we've got Effect turned on. We need a transform for the effect, which I guess could be just its own transform. I assume that's okay. Want this gone. And that should be fine. So, technically, I think that's constructed now. We just need a way to call it. So, effect managers. I think this is something that I hard coded. So like engine has like flame manager, leaf manager, water manager. Hola, Juniox. Colombia. Hola. ¿De dónde? Is that how you say that? From where? One sec. I'm back. All right. So I've got the effect. I need a manager for the manager. But what I'd like to do is effect VFX manager. Maybe that's what we'll call it. VFX. It's kind of like the manager for the managers. VFX system. Effect system. It should really be called effects system, not just effect system. I need a manager for the manager. It happens. Okay, so here we've got, let's get locked in here for a sec. Okay. All right. This is really just to pull references out of the game manager, the base game manager, because it's just it got a bit crowded up here. They really should be here. Where did I put that thing just now? So we should get a bunch of errors now because things will be like, whoa, we really want to be able to reference engine.blah-de-blah like this. So instead, we're going to say, instead of engine.engine.leaf manager, we are going to reference effect manager dot instance dot leaf manager. And effect, maybe we should make them statically accessible, but What have I done? It's not effect manager, it's effect system. Oh no. No. Hey, Cinderblock Creates, welcome. Welcome back. 22 months. How have you been? I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. Or maybe I'm just not, maybe I'm confused. There's no way there aren't hundreds more errors with this. Okay, not hundreds more. Reasonable amount. Couple more. Oh, really? Yay, we're still here. Okay. So does the rest of the game work? Let's go check it out here. This has got a few effects in it. Still good. Okay. Cool. Okay, everything's good. Yeah, you missed a bit. It's all good. I don't know. When was the last time you were in touch with what I was working on? Maybe I can get you up to speed based on that. Now, where did that scene go? It's just gone. Every time I work on it, I save it, and then it isn't here anymore. It was sitting here before. It's not there. I gotta find out why that happens so we can fix it. It's not out here. Where did it go? I keep thinking it's called Scratchpad, but that's a different scene. And there's literally, I can't see it anywhere else in the layout. It's actually getting harder and harder to find these things. I've just lost a level. Where the heck did it go? It was right here. I had it here. It's starting to get very annoying. I think there's a recent scene thing. Sandbox. Okay, where the hell is Sandbox? What are you doing there? You just hid. He hid himself. That's all good. No worries, Cinder. Do I have a scene group? Okay, so this thing here is going to stay there. I'm going to have to remember that sandbox. Maybe I'll call it like test sandbox or something. All right. So coming back to here, we've got these things. Now we've got the magic trail effects here. Those are now replaced by our ensign effect manager. This can go away, remove that. This is the system here. That's the trail effect manager. That's the effect. That's the thing. So we should be able to say, let's say on Armin, if we really want. Just on his normal behavior script, we can put on a little function at the end. On update maybe. And there's a thing here about like ability capture manager effect key. Effect key, process curve event. It's basically here. It's going to do this. Okay. So on Armin's update, we basically need to do this, but instead of water manager, we're going to say trail manager dot assign effect. We need effect key k. If k equals null, I think these are classes, or are they structs? It's a struct. Okay, is default. Can I check that? Well, that's annoying. If k dot owner equals null, k equals new effect key, and then we need to say what we want here. So this, I guess this dot name, and then null, and then transform. Okay, so that's literally it. We should just be able to make it happen now. There we go. Hey, we got magic coming out of our butts. Might be nice if it had a little bit more wobble to it. It's got a little bit, but should it have a little bit more? I kind of don't want it to be too off. What's cool about this now is that I can just go to this thing and then like edit these, you know, essentially here. The only problem is they're not moving in the preview. So you kind of got to add some emission over time to make it work. Now this has rate over distance. This is the first one that goes up there. This I should call like trail particle. And then this is going to be called twinkles. So if I make the rate go up, I should be able to, you know, see this moving. Maybe the start speed we can make like 0.2. The thing is, I don't know what's going to happen here. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's definitely a little more wobbly, but you can see the separation in them a little bit more. Maybe once we've quantized it in the scene, the visuals of it, it might look a bit better. I think maybe the wobbling could have maybe like another octave to it. No, too chaotic. I wish I could set the start velocity, the start direction to be based on noise and just modulate, just like rotate like this or something. I guess I could force it, but do like that. Sorry, pals. 5 is way too much. Maybe like that. Very hard to gauge this stuff, but yeah, that's looking pretty good. So back to 640, and if we run around with it like this. It's not perfect. Maybe the density needs to be higher now that they're a bit more chaotic. Yeah. Cool. Size over lifetime, TISM. It's a parameter in the particle system. All right. So now, what do we want to do? We want to be able to assign the color to these. So it would be effect E equals, and then here we say E dot for each particle system PS in E dot P systems PS dot main dot start color dot gradient equals. Now it's going to say, hey, you can't do that. Okay. What is this type of what? Min-max gradient. And then we should be able to just pick the gradient from like one of the abilities. So, now, is this min-max gradient a class? It's a struct. So we should be able to assign this, surely. Or is start color a class? No, that's a min-max gradient. I don't know how that friggin' works. What the heck? Start color is a gradient that has a gradient. Can I literally just do this? Can I say mm dot start color equals and then not do this and then not do this? Yeah, nice. It works straight away. Cool. These are the old gradients coming in from the different abilities that we've got. So now I got to go to T, ability scriptable. And I've got all of these abilities. And you can see here, these are the gradients it was just pulling from. So now it gets a little bit more complicated. Because do you have any scenes where Armin is local? Every scene has a local Armin. Armin is not a singleton. He could be, but there's no reason for him to be. Why would he need to be persistent? Okay, so these gradients need to come from elsewhere. I'd like to create a gradient palette here. So I'm gonna see if I can maybe just shrink this a little bit. And then I was doing this in Sprite and I liked what I was doing here. So I'm gonna keep these around. Let's open up Unity again, and I'll just pull from these. A new Armin is created. He's not created, he just lives there. Every scene has an Armin in it by default. Like when I create a new scene, it gets a camera, it gets a game manager and an Armin, and then I press play and he's there. So, first color is 1. Second color, third color, fourth, fifth. One, two, three, four, 5. Hello. That's right. The real Armin was the friend we made along the way. I don't know why I wasn't pressing this button. This one's way better. Now those are all going darkest to brightest, so let's be consistent. Adam. There we go. Next one, blue. That is so bright, that cyan. That's crazy. Surely I could put something in the middle. That's good. You want grass, say you want grass particles when walking on grass and dust particles when walking on dirt in a different scene. I don't know how experienced devs did it. I think what's really important here is to ask the question, hey Gruntled, and then ask the second question. Ask the question, what is it that needs to be persistent? Like what information? And it's really, I think, it's really common to make assumptions that relate to reality. Like, for example, the player gear. If I'm a real adventurer in real life, I have a sword on my hip. That sword belongs to me. So if you take a me out of the room that I'm in and put me somewhere else, the sword should come with me. Right? The sword is local to me. It belongs to me. In an adventure game, the inventory doesn't like live on the character, right? There are a whole bunch of reasons why, maybe in some games you would, if you want the sword to be physically visible on the character. Like in Terraria or something, the little pickaxe or something might be different, or Minecraft. But the data structure that holds the save, like the save file that tells you what's in your inventory, doesn't belong to Armin. You know, that's not the player character. That's like the save state that lives abstractly from the scene. It doesn't have any information relating to the scene other than maybe where you spawn in the scene, depending on where you saved or something like that. So things like anything that you want to be able to save between scenes or between sessions, like you want to be able to turn the game off, that needs to be saved somewhere else. So at a certain point, like I do that with everything related to Armin, because he's the main character. He is the player. Your health, what abilities you've got, all that stuff is saved away from him, away from the sprite and the player controller. It's all saved elsewhere. And so there's nothing really about Armin other than like what door you just came from in which scene that comes between the scenes. I just rebuild him every time. And yeah, I do set his health to be the health of the last Armin you had, but that's trivial. That's not a big deal. Okay. Now we got the fire abilities. Hey. I wonder if we should, when we make these gradients, if we should tilt back towards the color we want. Right now we're sort of ping-ponging or like looping through the gradient, but maybe we should ping-pong back and forth through the gradient for the start color. He's in every scene manually, Tism, but he could have been via script. The only thing is that the script, like there's something that you have to think about when you spawn something in. The question is like, where? So for me, like the spawn position, if I'm just about to play test the level, it's convenient to be able to have an object that's my player that I can go, okay, I want to spawn here when I play the level, and then I can play test it from here, you know? That's quite intuitive to be able to do that. But if you're making a game like Spelunky, where there is no spawn, like, or like Minecraft or whatever, where like you spawn the player at 0, 0 every time because that's just how the game works, then yeah, you can do it that way. You can just use a prefab or something. Hey, Pop Sky. Pop Sky, how you doing? We listen to your music, I think, on stream sometimes. Do you have music on Pretzel? Oh, you know. Oh, you know. How do you know? You watch my stream? Have I spoken to you before here on stream and not recognized you as a composer, as an artist, like a music producer? Unfortunately, not unfortunately, but oh, YouTube comments. That's cool. We do have a composer for this game already. We've got some. I'm very happy with the music, but I'm very appreciative of the offer. Is one of your tracks? Oh man, because they're all a blur. Because I've been listening to it for like 8 years. I don't really listen to Pretzel anymore because it's kind of like become an AI ghost town. But from the tracks that I remember that were on Pretzel of yours, was there one that was like maybe that was you? I'm not sure. Let me see. Pop Sky. Oh, that's you. Yeah, I've listened to that like 100 times. Hundreds, probably. Yeah. Cool. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm very familiar with your work. I think. Yeah, I don't remember the name. I couldn't find it if I wanted to. I'd have to go through your whole discography to find it. All right, so we want to do essentially this, what we just did, but now we want to do it only when the ensigns are created. So gems, they do this thing, and it's actually calligraphy manager that we use, but instead we want to use effect trail manager, or just ensign trail manager, and that's it. That's literally it. The only thing we need to do is make it so that the gradients stack up. So it's this part here on the gem. Now, this happens a few times. Oh, these don't have... Ah, okay. I need to be more careful then. Ink streak. I need to make these a little differently. Well, let's go back to where we just were and go to like follow. Why do you look like coding Jesus? You're not the first person to call me that. Who's coding Jesus? Is that a person? That's a very bold nickname to give oneself. Coding Jesus. 116k subscribers. Only. I think what you mean to say is that coding Jesus looks like me. I think that's what you mean to say. Based on the sub count. Okay. So... What do we have to do here? Oh, coding Jesus. I forgot that's a thing that people do in... Yeah. Portugal and South America. Maybe in Spain as well. Do they call people Jesus? Oh, yes. I guess it would be a Spanish name. So yeah, Jesus. In the English-speaking world, calling your son Jesus is like... You would never. You know what I mean? Okay, I guess we could do it like this then. Let's try that. And then this, instead of calligraphy manager, it's ensign trail manager. Ensign brush. That's not gonna have one of these. Damn. Man, I got this old system that's kind of like a bit crappy. Ensign brush. It's not crappy, it's just not what I use anymore. That's really annoying. So this ensign brush thing is a state machine core, and it has a follow state. That's the only thing that it does. Okay. Okay. And this ensign brush is a component that lives on the effect for the calligraphy manager. So this thing has a thing called ensign brush, which has got like, this is the thing that follows the player around basically. And this thing has a bunch of like logic on it. And then this thing has a bunch of stuff on it. And this is an effect. Okay. So we basically want to take this and replace all of this stuff down the bottom with the particle system that we were just working with. Hey, 8-bit Pixel. I just want to say really quickly, I was just kidding about the sub count thing. I don't care about that stuff. It's immaterial, but it was a funny gag. Okay. So what do we do here? I don't even know. Like, it's so hard for me to even. I got mixed up in my abstraction layers. That's my issue. Hey Tism, just wanted to say that you're a massive inspiration to me, getting really into game dev. Working on this mobile game, it's driving me nuts. Any tips to stay patient? Yeah, just take it easy. Just pick something simple. It's okay if it's hard. When it's hard, you're learning. It's okay. Don't be discouraged. I pull my hair. I'm doing it right now. I'm pulling my hair out right now. Okay. So this thing, I just don't know. I don't even know what this does anymore. I wrote this when I was in Thailand. I think it just follow. Oh, this is, it sort of like darts around and follows you, but that's what the gem does. The gem has a follow, right? Collectible follow. So what am I looking at? I don't know what this. I don't know what this is. What did I write? I don't want to spend too long on this either. Well, in any case, it's got a thing called an effect. That's it. And we should be able to assign a different effect to this. I don't think that I need to do any more with this ensign brush thing. In fact, I'd like to just skip over it. That would be ideal. I think I know what... Nah, I shouldn't have to deal with this. This gem system, it was really poorly written because it was changing so much in the time when I built it. Hey Tism, do I use player prefs or another form of state saving? I use JSON files. I used to use binary formatters, but I think I prefer to keep the text human readable now. Any Discord calls? Yeah. Like now, basically, we might do one with music team. You up for a chat? Yeah. Can do. Maybe in 20 minutes? Okay. Alrighty. So let's have a think about this. So this creates this ink streak thing, and I don't know why I called it that, but whatever. And then it's given a vector, start vector. It's so weird. It's such an odd function. Why did I call it ink streak? You know, it's like I was building stuff and then I repurposed it and I didn't change the names of it. So now it's not named after what it does. Anyway, let's just work backwards for a second. This effect key is our key, and that's fine. This, and we are updating effect system instance calligraphy manager dot trigger effect key. Okay, this is what I think we want to do. So instead of this, we're going to say effect system instance ensign trail manager trigger effect key. And I think this should give us, oh, it gives us nothing. Oof. Assign effect? Ooh. Well, that's a little weird. Well, this is all using assign effect. What is the difference between assign and trigger? Who knows? But I'm going to try to assign and do it from there. Effect E equals, yeah, let's not do this anymore. And let's not do this anymore. Let's instead say trail manager, and then do that. And then this is ability scriptable.color gradient. Okay, so this is assign effect properties. But you would think that we would use this E elsewhere, because that's not going to do anything, I don't think. This is hard. I made such a mess for myself. Hey Felix, welcome. Yeah, it doesn't even... Did I throw an error? Yeah. Okay, let's try again. Here. Okay, that worked. But we didn't get any of the trail particles. So maybe we should try that again and just see if we can get them out. Okay, so we've got our... it doesn't like this though. Let's try that one more time. Okay. So we should have this gem and then this trail effect, but the trail effect isn't doing anything. It's just sort of staying put. It's good that it spawned in. That was really good. If I move it, does it? It does move. It tries anyway. We could do it this way. We could just force assign it every time. And in fact, if we do assign it every time, is that even an issue? It's just going to trigger it anyway. So let's just do it. What is the... I mean, why not? There it is. But these colors aren't really what I would expect. So there's our trail. Why can we not see you? That's my first question. What do you think about the creator of Temple OS? I'm not really familiar with Temple OS. So I can't say much about it. The particles are correct. The startup particles are correct. Do you think we just haven't given it enough time to rotate through the gradient? Like we're just stuck on this color. What is the duration? If I say this is like 0.1, I wonder if that changes it. And I wonder if that duration is subject to time.time or unscaled time. There it is. It's already doing it. And then now I think it's just a question of the sorting order. So let's put these on they're on middle ground 2. They should be on character, but they should be like, I think -1 or let's make them 20. Who cares? And then unscaled time. Nice. Okay, now we can get this thing off Armin. Because what the heck are we doing? Temple OS is a biblical themed lightweight operating system. Terry Davis. This is the guy who's like Yeah, I don't know much about him, I'll be honest. I mean, I've heard people think he's cool. That's not the first time he's been brought up on stream. Whoops. Well, that's no good either. Excuse me. Come back here. Oh. It's not nice how they disappear like that though. They just sort of get disabled straight away. Maybe they shouldn't be parented to the gem. Because when it disappears, they disappear. I don't like that. That's a bit better. Ow. Ow. Whoa, that was a big hit. Excuse me? Yeah, they need to be maybe like the lifetime of these things needs to be a little shorter. What do we got right now? 8 to 1. Let's call it like 5 to 7. 8 to 10. Deciseconds. Okay. That's looking better. Oof. Maybe they need a little bit more of a dynamic shape to them, but maybe the unscaled time was a little too much. I'm not sure. Or we could push the duration to be like 0.8. Just a little slower in how often it cycles. That way you sort of... we would need to rearrange them though. They're not super bright, you know? That's the only other thing, is they're quite flat, the colors. I might have to give them a little bit more something, you know? I don't think they're quite there just yet. Yeah, where'd my level go? It's gone again. It's not here, right? We can see it's not here. Is it going to disappear and reappear when I'm not looking? I'm going crazy. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. This is here, this is here, this is there. Go. It doesn't like to stay. Oh, I have to turn the effect off. Okay. I still like it. I just need to maybe pass it through a filter, a pixelation filter. So we have background effects, foreground effects. I think it needs to go on foreground effects. So if I go over to one of these other effect systems, I should be able to just pull that straight over. Ensign effect manages elements flame, has a copy component, effect manager. No, that's not it. This should have there it is. Copy component, foreground effects. Okay, so that needs to live on this thing. Foreground effects, also set child renderers. Yes, please. So now, hopefully, even though everything is... Oh, I can't tell. No, that's not happening. Oh, I think it is happening. It might just be doubling. We might be seeing it twice, maybe? It needs to have do not render on its main layer. Okay, and now? Hey, there we go. Now it's pixelated. So now the pixels of the effect align with the pixels of Armin and everything else. It can't render to a sub-pixel position. The whole effect, which should make it feel much more pixel art. And I think it mostly does. Although, where are my sparklies? They're here, they're just totally invisible. One thing we can do is take this copy component and just paste it here and see if it does anything. Just to double check. It might not be very good at doing two renderers like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we've got two. And then copy component, paste as new, and then I think just remove this one. See if that does anything. What? Only one at a time? Excuse me? Oh, that sucks. Hey, welcome Ryan Art. Thank you so much for the raid. Good to see ya. Okay, well, my alternative could be remove this, copy this, and paste it on this. Oh no. Okay. Maybe then this is default. This is do not render, this is do not render. This we paste. Not like that. Copy component. Paste as new. And then paste as new. And then remove this. Save that. These two are on do not render. Okay, that should work, surely. Nope. How was the stream? What'd you get up to? You got your wish list page up? That's sick. So hang on a second. I've got Trail Effect Manager. we should see the trail effect here. There are the particles. They're on do not render. They have a render to FX layer on them. We can turn this off, but I don't know why. Like if we turn this off, does that change it? Nope. So weird. I'm not really sure what to do. If I press play now, you'll get it working just fine, right? Check it out. So you see them both there. I guess we could just put it on one of them. Just on the trail particles and not worry about the twinkles. That's a good compromise. There we go. This is the Lavender Town theme, yeah. Magnus says, I'm not sponsored. All of Ryan's money went into hiring 72 writers. Ryan's game is a tower defense deck building blend. Check it out. Let's go check it out. Woods of War. I've been watching Ryan for a while. We raid him every so often. Sick. Look at that pixel art. Wow, I love this. That's so cool. I love the way that the cards kind of, the art breaks out of the cards a little bit. Very cool. Card-based tower defense. Sick. We got a video? Not yet. Yeah, I know. Hey, I'm in that exact same boat. I'm aiming for the next couple of weeks, three weeks or so. Well, looking forward to it. Hey Tism, those are animated in Sprite and then turned into a particle effect in Unity. It's both. Okay, so that is reasonable for now. So coming back to the game, if we're just running around fighting stuff, e.g. here. That effect we want to change. That was kind of weird though that it didn't do it that time, but it did it the other times. Weird. Like if I go to a different scene, I get a different effect when that happens. I must have built that real poorly. Oh, now I can't see them at all. Where is the particle effect? Like there's your gem. There's your trail effect. It's there. There are your particles. They're on the foreground effect layer. What do I have to do to make these renderers work? I'll have to check it out. Hey, Alexandre. How's it going? Question marks? All right, I've got to come back to this because I've got some meetings to do. So we'll look at it in a bit. But in the meantime, let's go do some music stuff. Get this away from me. All right. I knew we'd be spending like all day on effects if I let us. I really don't want to. I have to move on from this and do it another time. But we'll see. Hello.
Hi.
Hey,
Hello.
how's it going?
Good, yeah.
It's good. Got any weekend plans?
Not really. I'm going to the beach next weekend, but not this weekend.
Hmm.
I really haven't been to the beach that much this summer, and it's really bumming me out.
I'm usually not a beach person at all, but my wife's been trying to do more beach stuff. So like we could echo that sentiment, but like she's gone in the last like 2 months, like 10 times more than I've been in the last 10 years. So
Yeah, wow.
yeah. Which is not to say much because I just don't live anywhere near the water. So, but yeah, it is nice to get out.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we chat about the boss theme?
Yes.
All right. Let me see if I can bring up our Figma page, music board. Oh, I was having a little think. I didn't get very far in this today, but I was having a little think about like realistically placing. It's actually just these gray tracks are the ones that I was mentioning yesterday that I was going to scour and look for. I was going to say like, oh, like I should get an exhaustive list of all the tracks. I actually had done I think a reasonable job of that back at the beginning.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, taking these tracks, it would be maybe what we should do is like, pick a track and then say, okay, how many days like realistically should this take? Like, is it a 1 day or a 2 day or a 3 day? And then after we sort of scale it, then we can just slot it in somewhere. That's my ambitious way of trying to
I
trying to
like
make
that.
that work. I don't know if it's like a practical way of doing any of this stuff, but at least I might be able to say like, hey, like if we even do this track, it's low priority. Let's just see if you can drop it in a day or even like a half. I don't know if that's even something that you would feel comfortable doing, but that was just an approach that I don't know, trying to come up with, but it's probably a 2-person job, or at least needs your kind of like estimation for the tracks that are remaining.
Yeah. So were you thinking of this being a system for all the training, or just these sort of little things that are left in terms of the grayed out?
Ideally, it would be we should be able to block in like just your time with what's left. What's left with your time, so that we at least know realistically, like, oh, we shouldn't get to this, or we really don't have a lot of time for that, so let's prioritize it, or that kind of thing. I'm happy for you to update at least, like, even if you don't have to do this exercise, but like the calendar, if you could plot out like what we spoke about yesterday in terms of like where you had expected to,
Yeah.
just so that I know like kind of what we're playing with, because it's not I don't have it in my head. So that might help. And then maybe after we can do this thing. But that doesn't have to be today.
Yeah,
Just maybe
sure.
on Monday or something we can go through it, or next time we are setting work, maybe by then. Cool.
I like it.
All right.
I'll fill it out.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing that myself with some other tasks. I just like, in fact, you know what? I should do that myself more than I am. All right. Cool. So let's talk about boss music. This is kind of a difficult one, I think, for me, because there's a lot we could do with it. It could be like a really big track, and it could be I feel like this kind of thing almost sets the tone for how we do boss fights across the game. And I think it's an area where my first and like my dream would be to get really ambitious with them, really bombastic, and build and have them be really, you know, crazy. But I also want to be just like realistic. I think I'm inspired by games like Undertale, or even like the Final Fantasy series, particularly 7. Those games make a really big set piece around boss music, and it almost is like this, you know, when the bosses have a lot of expression, then the music can sort of match them. And in Undertale's case, they're like the star of the show, those themes.
Yeah.
I don't like, it feels like maybe we don't really have the time, or even in terms of like, it might be something that we, over the course of the development of the game, refine and build a language around. But because it's something that's kind of like, this is our first stab at it, and it's February, it's like maybe it's not something that I should get too ambitious about, at least getting right this time around, or like getting specific with, because there's probably a point where like suitable is a much more easier bar to hit than like whatever Adam has in his head.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the demo, because we can always, once we go to the rest of the project, we can probably revisit it and workshop it all with a wider scope in mind.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'll put some references to little bits and pieces in here, just for the sake of the conversation, but they're going to be very, very disparate and not necessarily direction for you for this track.
Okay.
So maybe we'll do this, and I'll just take a couple of seconds to do this. One sec. What's another one? Oh. let's pick something that's a bit more suitable. 2D side scrolling. Some of these references that I'm pulling from are a little bit, what's the word? They're a little bit like late game bosses. I think for Harriet specifically, there's an edge of like, there's like a tinge of like almost humor in this fight that I'd like to sort of play on. It's like, I do want grand. I do want kind of high energy, almost in a like, I don't know if you've seen Scott Pilgrim, but like the way that in that movie or in the comics, it's kind of like, you know, we're in a specific, like, you know, we're in Canada or whatever, but for the purposes of this scene, the rules of reality are kind of breaking a little bit, and we're almost like stepping outside of the playbook of like how we, you know, tell story or what's real, and we're sort of going into a space that's almost, it's just for effect and theater, almost like the way that in a musical people just start breaking out into song when the energy's calling for it. So musically, I feel like this is an area where I want us to have the license to do justice to what's happening, more so than like sticking to the specific rules of, you know, how we otherwise would, you know, create a palette and things like that. And like particularly with Harriet and Armin, the story here is a little bit like, I might write this down so I don't lose it, but okay, maybe I'll just grab this and I'll put this here, and I'll take this and I'll bring it out, and then I'll take all of these and bring them over here, and then get rid of all of that. On a side, I think I've brought one of your things along with me. Okay, so boss fight. So in the story, in the plot, how does this piece fit? So this is something that it's chaotic. It is Armin and Harriet kind of reaching an impasse. Harriet has an obligation to protect the Athenium. Armin, desperate, wants to return to the village to ensure his mother's safety. It's kind of a bit exclusively his mum that he cares about there, but also he's a little bit on some level would use this opportunity to take responsibility or prevent this all from being his fault. So in the chapter, Armin has been a little bit neglectful of things that he's seen or encountered. And in this moment, like the Hunden invading and all that stuff, it's kind of like, from his perspective, he's already a little bit guilty that he left the old man behind. There are other scenes in chapter 1 where like they're optional. If you go back to the town after having done most of the stuff, you can actually encounter a couple of Hunden who are just sort of like loitering around, and Armin sort of like lets them be on their way. So it's a little bit like he's been a bit the Good Samaritan, not the Good Samaritan, the other one in the Good Samaritan. and he's sort of let all this stuff pass him by, and now that something terrible is happening, it's like, if I don't go down there, this will all be my fault, kind of thing. So they both have a lot of reason to want what the other person doesn't want. However, there's also a layer of almost like, I don't want to say levity, but it's like there's something like just of theater that we as the player should kind of just be able to revel in the spectacle of without guilt. So I use this word swashbuckling a lot when I'm talking about the combat in the game. The idea that like Harriet is like in the boss fight, she's like literally dropping bookcases on him. You know, like that is so it's so out of reality that if we try to play it serious, it won't work. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's something here where it's like it gives the player permission to just let their guard down. They're like, what's the word? Like plausible, not plausible deniability. What do you call it? Like critical cognitive dissonance. One of those things.
Oh my gosh, what is it? Oh, something about disbelief.
Suspension.
Suspension of disbelief. That's it.
Yeah. So there's that layer, and then the characters also behave in this way, where they're almost like watching themselves fight, and like one thing would be like Harriet is a little unhinged here. So there's like she's like, you know, extremely bored because of the kind of obligations. It's like it almost is hermetic a word? Like hermit? The fact that she's a hermit?
Oh,
Live in
I haven't heard that before.
in the library for an indefinite amount of time. So this is almost like
Frustration to get
yeah,
out.
yeah. She's almost like it's almost a catharsis to sort of flex her power a little bit. And then Armin is also a little bit beyond himself because he's been hiding this encounter with this he's been what's the word? He's been discovering a purpose / magical, I don't know what, connection, power, that it's almost like he's been given like a gun and now it's like a chance to shoot it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that he feels entitled to use given the circumstances. So they're both kind of like fully endorphined, or like adrenaline. And so, well, I wrote a lot just then. And so musically, I think I want it to be fun, you know. It's
I mean, there's
from
also
yep,
almost a mirroring for the player because it's like they're also discovering these powers that they want to use
that's
to the
right.
full extent, and
That's
it's
right.
like a cathartic release for them as well.
Yeah. This is the player's chance to like express themselves in what they've been learning throughout this. So that's right. This is a crescendo of sort of like apex of the player being like the player experience.
Mm.
Yeah, 100%. And it's even for us as developers.
Yeah.
It's just this is like pull out all the stops, you know. So that's kind of the way that I would say every chapter, every boss fight at the end of every chapter should have this level of like really taking it all the way to the top and turning it to like 11. But because this is the first one, and because this is, oh, I should mention, this is a 3-phase fight. Because there's 3 phases here, we can build. You know, we don't have to get all the way to 11 at the beginning. We can kind of like amp it up and go 3, 7, 11.
Yeah.
So yeah. What else do I need to write? What else would be helpful?
Um, I guess something at the forefront of my mind is palette.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, that's the
I
hard part.
mean, yeah. So I feel like, I mean, so most of the stuff we've been doing so far has
Mm-hmm.
been a lot of orchestral acoustic instruments. You
Yeah,
know, some tracks have had a bit of like maybe some synth stuff,
yeah.
and then we've got the chiptune collaboration with Elias.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I guess I think we have more room to play possibly here in what you've been saying about kind of that suspension of disbelief and this magical real like I guess world that the fight lives in.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's I think I don't imagine this track being super just acoustic orchestral
Mm.
instruments.
Yeah,
Um,
of course. I
but
agree.
yeah, it's interesting. I think we'll have to explore what that palette is
Yeah.
a bit.
I think for me, like there are some intuitions that I have on this one. The first is that just from a
Mm,
practical like a practical standpoint, um, if it's going to be fast and it's going to be high energy, it's probably going to be quite percussive. And so the attack on a lot of the
yeah.
samples that we would be using for the orchestral stuff, where we've got a lot of time for them to build and that kind of thing, that
Mm,
the dynamics are going to be a lot harder to sound convincing if we're using like if you wanted a cello to sound like it had this much energy, or a violin and we're at 150 bpm or something. um, it might sound a little bit artificial, or harder to
mm.
sound good. um, there are obviously electronic instruments like an electric guitar, or like not electric anyway, digital, or like more like yeah, like modern instruments, like if we're talking about rock
Yeah.
stuff. Again,
Mm.
like if it's not live recorded, then it's probably going to sound a little well, I don't know what the word is, like uncanny
Bad.
valley. It can sound bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word, for sure. Uh, Now, I kind of feel like there is a way to lean into this if you go into
Mm.
like the synth space, like you kind of go into
Yeah.
pads and just rather than say, hey, like these strings are like really, don't just pretend that they're real players. Instead, if you go, these are synth strings and they're supposed to sound like this,
Mm,
then it's a bit easier. Um,
mm.
so it's one of those things where I think coming back to this stuff, like the Final Fantasy VII, these games have something really going for them, which is that the composer who normally does, like more, I mean, most of this game is sampled and synthy, but his inspiration for these fights is very like prog rock, and there's a lot of
Yeah.
like really like non-fantasy elements in it that are just like totally what's the word, they feel authentic because they're unashamedly synthesized.
Yeah.
Now in this version here is the remake from 2019 or whatever it was, and this is they've done a lot here to sort of like modernize it and make it like HD, and so this does have like orchestral stuff and electric guitars and everything in it. But if I showed you
Mm.
like the original version of this, you would still hear the prog rock influence, but more synthy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do feel
Yeah, I
like
was gonna say, I think a lot of the references, there's, a very heavy, like, rock influence for sure.
yeah, and that's kind of a, I mean, kind of established by some of these games, but also just a bit of a, it's become a trope now in like RPGs,
Mm.
to go down that path. Now, it's not exclusive. It's not the only way to do it. I'm trying to think about like what like games I've played where I really loved the boss themes that didn't have a rock influence. I mean, Pokemon has some fun ones. What's the fight with Pokemon Gym boss battle? I mean, Pokemon's actually quite a good reference, but they've become, I think the later games are a little bit, they're like so like distorted on themselves. They've like tried to amp it up so much generation to generation that I don't like them anymore. But one sec, let me see if I can get this.
I think the interesting thing I was just thinking about is because I guess the other version of a boss fight would be like just dramatic orchestral, which you might find in some kinds of games, but I guess when you make it this kind of more rock style, it makes it less serious, which is what you were kind of saying about this fight as
Mm,
well, the
mm.
tone of it. Not that it's not serious, but you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like I could take,
yeah,
say, when I think about, say, the very last fight in the game, to me, that I would want to be more authentic and
yeah,
less humorous and more in world. You know, we'd have
yeah,
like the way that you have in the Zelda games, like the Ganon fights are always
mm,
very choral and there's a lot of, you know,
yeah,
drums and whatever. Um, and that I think is perfect. There's
mm,
also, I guess, yeah, it's almost like you want energy here, but we need room to grow in terms of when we take ourselves seriously. So not taking it seriously here kind of gives us a lot of room later to
yeah,
get there. Yeah, I feel quite
yeah,
confidently about
totally.
that. Chapter 2 as well, 1 and 2 both have this thing where like I've, there's this little thing in my head that I use to like gauge this of like uh one of the characters saying to the other characters mid fight, "Is there supposed to be this much talking?" You know, something like that. That's like the level of seriousness, that I want to see in it, where like it's a little bit almost like cheesy in a Marvel movie sense for the first couple of chapters.
Mm,
Um, so yeah, that's my little, I don't know what guiding thing.
yeah, I
Um,
like that.
yeah. So do you feel like I mean, I could keep riffing in terms of like references and pull stuff in here.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, feel free to dump more that you come across or think of.
Mhm.
This is already a lot, I guess, but um, yeah, I think this gives me a solid base to work from, to play with.
Yeah. I'll I'll try and like right now, none of these are really like they're all very just like boss fights in games, but I haven't been very specific about like exactly what I would do with Harriet. Um, maybe this is one of those areas where like because I have no idea what I want, it might be best to
Mm,
go super sketchy at first and do like a few different examples that are kind of disparate just so that we can plot out the space a bit more.
yeah,
Yeah, I think that
I
might help.
definitely think this is good for the make 100 pots.
Yeah, I think so. Because,
Yeah,
um, yeah, because we don't have uh, a lot of space to grind on it and really get it like to, to iterate and iterate and iterate with slow iterations. They'd have to be like really short and sharp. At least
mm,
just to get that first like 20 seconds or something, the first few bars. Once we're at
yeah,
that point, I feel like we can commit to one and then do what we normally do and sharpen it down.
yeah.
I was gonna say this is also maybe one of the areas where I think Elias's input might be useful, just because of I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if we would put chiptune in here or
There's
uh,
definitely potential for it, I think.
yeah. I think he also kind of in his when he's in his musical stuff, he's quite like I'm thinking about the Shovel Knight soundtrack and how frenetic it is. I don't know if we need to go there for Insignia, but I don't know. We'll start on this first, and maybe we'll just like get his feedback a bit later on, or if we get stuck or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. Let me see if this track is one that I. Yeah, that's a bit much. Hang on. Yeah, like this one's pretty good. Again, doesn't need to be. We don't need to go in that direction per se, but I think what I do like these like very melodic, uh, percussive, things. Maybe that would be my preference is to start in that sort of zone. Not necessarily the Shovel Knight, not necessarily at that level. Um, and particularly almost like pop music, going like
Mm,
verse chorus kind of thing, keeping it very structured in that way. I think that
yeah.
would be my preference if we could, yeah, if we could start there. Having not heard anything and not knowing, that would be my first place.
Mm,
Okay, well, did I
sounds good.
sorry, just before I let you go, my brain is not working. Did you put something together earlier that was like a sort of a start?
Oh, yeah. Where was that? Where?
Is it here?
Uh, I thought I put it like out to the sides. Wait, maybe this is covering it. Uh, I thought I put it weird.
It might just be
Maybe it
sitting.
actually got deleted or
Uh,
um
That's not it. Or is it not one of these?
I put it like out in
Oh,
some
okay.
random spot, like not
Oh.
in the. I don't think I put it in the
Oh.
Harriet
If you have the file and you want to
section.
post it again,
That's so weird. Where would it have gone? Maybe it just got accidentally deleted. Yeah, I can find that and repost it.
I don't remember what feedback I gave on it. I don't know. I don't know if I
Yeah.
gave any feedback on it.
Wait, would it be in comment history? Can we search that? Wait,
Yeah, potentially.
here. I found the comment. Okay, where is the comment? Oh, down here.
Oh, is it just this one?
What? Yeah, it's let me listen to it. No, that's not the video. The I think the video would have been,
Maybe it got lost in the wash.
yeah, somewhere around here. Yeah, I'll repost it.
Okay. Yeah, it's not back there. It's like under the rug. Cool. Yeah, just if that is helpful, if you want feedback on it, I can do that.
I'll track it down.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Any other updates or comments or things that need to be raised?
Not that I can think of for now.
Okay, cool. Well, please do fill out the schedule just with the stuff that's easy for you to, like, based on your current plans, and then maybe on Monday or Tuesday we can review and just make sure we've got space for the rest of it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right.
Bye.
See ya. Cool. All right. So I need to take a break because my brain's not working. That was Morgan. That's her name. She's a Sydney local. And yeah, she's great. We've been working together on this for 4 or 5 months now. I actually don't know how. I can ask her if she's okay with that. Are you open? Are you what's the word? Okay with me. Yeah, I'll ask her. Well, we have an animator also named Morgan. So it's actually Morgan and Morgan, both of them. And we for a while, our sound effect artist, the first one that we had, his name was it wasn't Luke, it was Jack. His name was Jack Morgan. So we literally had the majority of the people on the team were Morgans at one point. But no, it's Adam, myself. We have Luca, he's an animator and level designer, and then Morgan, other animator, and then Morgan, composer, and then Elias is our current sound effect artist. Alexander says, what is the main plot of the game? Like, why is there a character fighting people? What's his main goal? Oh, there's a lot of story. It's a hero's journey plot. The character, his name is Armin. He is the son of a blacksmith. His father went missing a year ago. They live in this fantasy kingdom. Armin is required to become a blacksmith in the stead of his father, who's gone missing. because it's just his obligation now. But very quickly he learns of a plot to overthrow the kingdom in which he lives, and learns that the art of blacksmithing is one that has a lot. It's more than meets the eye in this world, and the devastating power of magic and the knowledge of that magic is preserved by blacksmiths in secrecy. So he is basically put in a position where he must learn these secrets of magic while discovering the fate of his lost father and racing to prevent the invasion of his kingdom by an invading force. That's the plot. Cool. Yeah, so this is Morgan. That's her URL. Morgan's Gorgon organ. Very funny. All right, so let me get back to this. Oh my goodness, it's 4:47 already. So I never actually got to that. We're taking this break right now till 5. I did do some reference work. I mostly did VFX for like, I don't know how long. Actually, no, that last, what was it? 40 minutes was music, boss, music, meeting. All right. And then, oh man, I'm going to have to try and get this in here. Not references, but this is, what's it called? VFX again. That's going to be like the end of the stream, I bet you. I don't know why it's not working though. It's so weird that they appear in this scene. And in fact, if I do this, these flames are also using the same system. So I should just be able to copy them. This has just got, it's got the gem, it's got fireball effect, and fireball effect has the render to FX layer sitting on top. Just like that. This component here. And then it's just got a bunch of things that are on the do not render layer. None of it's all on the do not render layer. And it's sitting on just like, yeah, character, billboard, unlit. I don't think there's anything interesting going on about how these things are being rendered or their shaders or anything like that. So it bothers me quite a lot that even with that simple setup, we can't seem to get that working. Because it really shouldn't require us to do anything else. Why do we not see it? I mean, if I go back to this and I do that, then it works. But I wonder if it's a facing question, if the particles are facing the wrong way. I don't think so. Like they're there, we just can't see them. If we go to our Pixel Effects Manager, the foreground effects quad is here and its texture has the material on it. I wonder what happens if I... one second. Oh, come on, I did that right. Okay, so the layer is on, but so that's why we can see this. If I play around with the quad, we should be able to move it around, but it's not getting written to the quad. So the render texture doesn't have the particles on them. That's the problem. The thing is, if I go to the particle system, I mean, this thing here is the thing that makes that happen. Foreground effects. And if I go to that fireball effect, it has the same thing. Foreground FX, render to FX layer, and then it has a bunch of particle systems underneath it. That's literally the only... That's just how it works. So something's gone wrong because it's just not... I mean, the only other thing is that we could put trail effect. Also on the do not render layer. That's the only consistent thing that wasn't there. But unless it's this, no, it's the top. Yeah, I've got no idea why that's not working. There's no reason whatsoever that we shouldn't see the trail appear here. Unless it's something to do with the way that it's billboarding or... I mean, if I copy this, literally just copy this and put it on this effect. Oh, okay. Those flames appeared. I don't see what could possibly be the issue. It's just something not working that should work. and now it doesn't work. Oh boy. What the hell? Might be hot reload being a bit crappy with us. How do you feel about this type of music? How do you feel about the progression of that plot? I'm not sure what your questions are. I'm not sure what you're asking. Hey, Barry, welcome. How's it going? It's been a bit. Meowdy. Oh, that's very cute. What you been up to? So the game it's running at 1080p, but the in-game art resolution is 640 by 360. Oh yeah? I was thinking about maybe seeing if Chucklefish wanted to publish the game. They were kind of on my list. Okay. So, I still don't know why the thing doesn't work. That's my first thought. I just got a bit caught up then. Like if I go to this scene. Oh, it works here. What? Wait, only on a couple of abilities? What the heck? Well, that was interesting. Not that one, but that one and that one worked. Huh. What the heck? I mean, that works straight away. I thought maybe it was like baking, like it might take a while. But nope, that just... And that, wait a second. Then that one works straight away. Sometimes... Don't tell me it's the way I'm facing. No. I don't know anymore. I don't know why it works. What if we wait a long time? 1, 2, 3. Works that time. That one didn't work that time. But it worked that time. I don't know, dudes. I don't know. This is welcome to game development. Okay, well, I had feared that it was something to do with the rendering system, and it might still be. You know what I could do to check? I can take off that render object and see if it sometimes doesn't work anyway. It's actually not about the... Whoa, it doesn't work at all now. Oh no, because it's on the do not render layer. Hang on. I bet, well, this will work now all the time, I'm sure. But it's just not as pretty. Okay, so I don't think it's about... I think it is the render system. Oh, which is really annoying. It's really bad. That, because I don't have a lot of control over that system, unfortunately. That was written by someone who was a viewer of the stream, who's a little busy at the moment. Let's have a look. When this doesn't work, maybe we can find out why. All we have to do is make it not make that not happen. See, it's weird because it actually did add the renderers just then. No, it's not weird alpha channel nonsense. I've got quite a complex render pipeline for my game, where what we've done is we have if I can explain. Okay, this is what's happening. The game is running at 1080p. Yeah, that's your monitor, or whatever, 4K, whatever you've got. There's a camera in the game before we get to this line here that's actually running the game, that's looking at the scene. This camera, that's the normal 1080p camera. But there's also a camera, up here, well not up, but you know, occupying the same space, that's looking at a different layer of objects. And this layer of objects that's behind the camera is 640 by 360. It's pixelated rather than 1920. This is 1920 by 1080. And things in the game level that are tagged with a special game object this component here gets sent to a layer that only that 640 by 360 camera can see. They get banished to the pixel layer. Exactly. That system is not working right now perfectly. And I don't know why. So basically the camera is saying, hey, I can't see you, which is correct. They're not supposed to be seen by the main camera, which is why they're on the do not render layer. So good. But they're not visible by the pixel camera. At least not all the time. Like that's not visible. Oh, but it is visible there actually. Yeah. So this here, that particle effect, like sometimes doesn't get added. That's the problem. And what I was hoping to do was, I've got these debug.logs every time something does get added. See here, it is adding those particle systems, and then you can see it's appearing here. So that seems like it's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. But it hasn't screwed up for me in a while. Now that I want to test it, it's working every time. Oh, and then the one time I didn't pause it. Damn it. Why are they facing the way I'm facing? Hang on. Is it a facing direction thing? I don't think that's going to make a difference. Did that do it just then? I can go back to that scene. Yeah, maybe somewhere where it's more reliable would be better. Because they weren't playing at all then. But then, it said it's doing it there. So apparently, like, the game object is saying, hey, like, if it doesn't contain it, then it's a new list. Render targets layer contains renderer return. If render targets to layer count equals 0, render targets layer to add return. Yeah. VOD review time? What would that, how would that help us? We need to isolate this. Let's be better about it. Let's turn you off. Let's turn you off. Let's turn you off. Removing, removing, removing. Dust, particles, and particles. Interesting. And then removing. But did we ever add? Hey, Arthur. See ya. Adding. Okay. Ensign trail, trail particles, twinkles. Yep. Ding, 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 ding. They go all the way in. And then removing. Now, well, I don't think that the particles aren't being rendered. We can see that they're being rendered. I'm sure of that, because if I press clear and then go here, we can check the effect, we can check the trail particles, we can see that they're spawning in. We just can't see them. We know that they're not being rendered to the render texture. I don't know. Unless we go all the way down to the bottom and try it here. Could be that we're just like not actually adding it. Like we think that we're adding it. We try to add it, something stops us. Huh, we didn't add it. You see that? It didn't actually call add, unless there's more than one place where it adds. No, it only adds once. But it removes. Renderer targets. Render targets. Pixel FX layer render targets. Why does that? Hey, Tartar Gravy, thank you so much for the sub. So the next question would be, does it know in our FX manager? I don't think it's going to make a difference. No. The dust is getting picked up. That's all fine. Oh, this could be a hot reload issue. Oh, that would suck if that had anything to do with that. Like it's just not refreshing some cached issue. What am I doing? Removing, adding, added. Weird. Okay. Why did I collapse them? Added, added, added. Oh. Has. Either way, like at the time where I want to run it, like hey, Rizbuzz. And in fact, I don't even think that's the problem. When it's adding these particle systems, it's no big deal that, so there's a few things going on here. There's the layer, and then there's the targets. So it should already have the layer on there. The layer is just foreground FX. That's fine. It has that because the dust particles render on that too. So this is not an issue. I think it's more of an issue of insert the renderer by sorting order. It's, well, no, that's not right. There's a game object. Yeah. The renderer is a thing that lives on the game object. But the target, this is the thing that's really important. If the count is 0, add this renderer. Why? Why do we have to do that? That doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't understand how it works. Render targets. It's a static dictionary that everything has access to. Only the first one. If render targets at this layer is 0, then add this one. Why would that be what we want to do? That doesn't seem right at all. It should be like if it doesn't contain. Right? I didn't write this script, by the way. This is a script that was... Oh, if this is empty, it adds it without sorting. Otherwise, it inserts it. Oh, I see. This and this is the same. They're doing the same function. Otherwise, it's going to insert it. Okay. So we should put a debug.log on both of them. I wasn't reading that far. Adding renderer. So that's really the way to poll this correctly. Why do we return during the for loop? Because we're inserting it once. So the way this is working is for every thing that is a renderer, that is in this case a child of this game object. So for the 2 children, it adds 1 renderer. In this case, the particle system has a renderer on it. So it either adds or inserts the renderer when it's time to do that. So if I press this button, my bad. I have to hit it twice. It's got too much HP. 1, 2. It didn't add it. Why didn't it add it? Didn't even try. It's trying, but it's invisible. So the only issue is, I think I know what it is. I think there's only one issue. It could be that the key is not, I'm not doing a unique key. Oh, I am doing a unique key. I'm getting a new GUID for this key. This could be an issue though. Hang on. Because I'm using the same key. Oh God. Is it just me being that much of an idiot? No, this shouldn't be an issue. Let's just do this, just for the avoidance of doubt. There's no way this is the problem, but if it is, there'll be egg on my face. No. I don't think it ever added twinkles in this economy. Hey, I live in Australia. We got eggs. Yeah, look at all this, right? All of this stuff. None of these are twinkles. So there's a condition that we're not, there's a condition that's, look at this. When I do this, it tries to add a bunch of stuff and then it removes them. And it successfully thinks, like it tries to remove them correctly, but it never adds these. I think we've hit some sort of condition. For some reason, that condition isn't firing correctly. Not this, what am I looking at? Here. This. We actually could just do this. Failed to add. Because it returns every other time, right? Uh-huh. Failed, 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 failed. Now we need to know why it failed. I mean, realistically, that needs to return. Oh, I mean, it's already showing us something's wrong. This is C#. So, click, click. It doesn't contain the renderer. It never contains the renderer. So then, why is this, if the sorting order is less than the sorting order for each of them? Oh, wait a second. It doesn't handle the case where the sorting order is higher? Wait, what? Wait. Wait. It never inserts it if it happens to have a sorting order that's higher than any of the other existing sorting orders. Is that what's happening? I didn't write this code. Just letting you know. If the sorting order is less than the one at some target, then yeah. I think you just have to do that. Done. This is like, it's not how I would write this. First of all, I don't like these early returns. It's just my thing. I'm not gonna speak ill of the code. It doesn't matter. I know the person who wrote it is a good programmer, and just because they write things differently to me doesn't mean the way I write it is better. But in this specific instance, it works now. I know we don't need one, but I feel like it feels weird to not have one since we returned every other time we added. All right, let's go check that other area. Well, we had all the different colors. I just don't know if it did the right thing then. They might all be green. Yeah, but I think that actually is just because of the effect key that we had before. This. Nice. Oh. Did I just basically disable his logic? No, it's still, his logic is still right. He just forgot one case at the end. This is what happens. This is what happens to this function. We get delivered a game object. We check to see if there's a renderer on that game object. If it doesn't have one, we just get out. That's fine. Okay, the next thing we got to do is check to see if the render targets contains the current layer. If it doesn't, we've got to add the layer to the render target layer list. That's fine. If it already contains this renderer in that render layer, then we get out as well. That's fair. If there are no current renderers on this render target layer list, then just add it and get out. That's fine too. That makes perfect sense. And then for the existing targets, because we want these to be sorted correctly, for all the existing renderers that are in this layer's render target list, if the current renderer is beneath insert at that particular index, just before the renderer that is above us. But what this doesn't do, which we needed to do at the very end, is if this is the top renderer, if this would have been the one at the very end, we haven't added it yet because it's not smaller, it's not lower in the renderer list than all the others, and it's not the first one being added. So it was the fact that this needs to happen if you're adding a renderer that has a sorting order that's higher than any of the existing sorting orders, then you should expect to do this. But that specific case wasn't being called. Which is crazy that we missed that, because the game's been running like this for so long. Okay. Jesus. So, anyway, back to these. I was assuming they should be on the character layer. I guess they should be, but it could be middle ground to 20 as well. I think that should be okay. The other thing that I want to do is I need to rearrange all of these. All of these gradients need to be rearranged, unfortunately. They need to be, I need to be really careful here. I think they should start with the base color, the middle one, then go maybe like middle dark, middle bright, maybe something like that, and then back to middle again, because it needs to be a gradient. It's really hard because or a better way to put this would be this is a color ramp of all of the colors. When we use this in the color setting for that stream that comes out behind it, we want to use the ramp, but we want to do it in a way that feels like a gradient, like a smooth distribution. Whereas right now it's going to loop through these. So it's going to go from the darkest color, which isn't the true color, to the brightest color, and then back to the darkest color again when it wraps around. What we really want to do is start with the main color, maybe go bright, and then ping pong back down to the darkest, and then ping pong back up, starting from the middle. That's not something that's very straightforward to do. We could write some code that hijacks this thing and samples the gradient and sets the start color of all of the current particles on the particle system every single frame, up, down, up, down, up, down, starting from the middle. That way the heuristic would just be, hey, like all of these gradients, their middle value is like the middle color. Or we define a second gradient that's sorted correctly and we make it ping-ponged so that it loops. I don't like doubling up the data, but I don't really have a system right now that reflects, it's one thing to store colors in a gradient. It's another thing to use that gradient, differently. I guess the other way we could do this is have an array of colors and call them like primary, secondary, tertiary, whatever. And always just set the start color to the primary color and then, whatever. Because even these, they're arranged by brightness, but like this color is the main color of this thing here. Like this yellow is the brightest color. It's also the main color of this trail. So you'd want to start with the brightest color in this case, but for the green one, you'd want to start in the middle and maybe go down and ping pong back up. For the rest of them, like green, red, blue, they all start middle. So it's a bit tricky is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't really matter. It's not hugely important. It just is a little bit weird when you trigger the red or trigger the yellow and you get purple, And what I want to avoid doing is accidentally making a mistake that costs me later where the order of these is important. That's what I'm concerned about. Like I can always just flip them here for the purple one and say, that's just what it is now. I fixed it. But I don't know if I'm going to need the order to be important later. I guess we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's not worry too much about it. It feels like over-optimizing. Or premature optimizing, I suppose is a better way to put it. We might be a bit premature here. If it becomes an issue, we'll deal with it. Hey, Gordy, thank you so much. Or Gaudi. The others are okay. Let's just leave it at that. Could even invert it the way we just had it, but just go to the yellow a lot sooner. Would be the other way to do it. And then, we could always just sort of kind of work that ping pong back in. I don't know. Worth it? Or maybe even we take the darkest color and we put it over here. So that we get, oh geez, what the heck? This way we get the dark color, it's just later. That's probably best. Yeah. Cool. If you insert during a loop, you'll also insert post loop. Nope, because there's a return here. Again, I'm not a fan, but I don't like the early returns, but it will never get to this if it has added at any point prior. Yeah, I already did that one. The Australian government always, yeah, they do it a lot. Oh, that's interesting. I can't interact with you. Oh, something's broken. Let's try that again. Wait, it's still broken? Oops. Doesn't have a required flag. What? Is there no sequence on the player? What the hell are we looking at? That cannot be broken. That has to be a hot reload issue. There's no way. There's no way. You stop. Try and queue sequence. Can play sequence. Has required flags. What is going on? Null? What do you mean null? Has it maybe not enqueued? It could be a race condition where it hasn't yet enqueued the thing. Start, set state, try enqueue sequence. Can play sequence. On the sequence player, if my state is play state, try enqueuing a sequence, can play current sequence. It mightn't have that yet. Current sequence. It is a race condition. Equals. Prepare for next sequence. What? Still null? What the hell? It's okay to goon it. Is it? What are you gonna goon at? Also, I never really understood. In general. Just do your business. What do you have to make it take all day? Go do things. YouTube is being weird. Has requirements. Sequence. I don't understand what... I guess like current prepare for next sequence happens a bunch of times. On awake. On start. Get rid of this. Do we prepare for next sequence on start? Okay. So then why is it not enough to do that? We won't entertain that conversation anymore. Let's move on. What? Okay, 999 bugs on the wall. Stack Overflow? Man, snack overflow sounds like a really good time. Like, imagine having so many snacks that you couldn't actually like hold them all. Still null. I mean, that would be the easy way to get out of here, but like, why is that even happening? Like, it's not going to throw the error, but it's also not going to play the cutscene. So that's no good. Hey, Christian Reyes. New to your channel, and I'm wondering if you're an artist who learned to code for game development or a programmer who learned to draw. I'm an artist who learned to code. For sure. Whoa. So what's going on here, man? Why does get next sequence give us nothing? What I don't understand is how do you balance between them? I just work on whatever's in front of me. I don't balance. Wait. So we can play sequence, the third ensign, second, discover crucible. We can't NQ. There'll be some dumb reason why this isn't possible, but I need to see it. I need to see it print out that it can't play excavation entry cutscene. Why? Why not? Why can't you play it? You don't have any required flags. So you tell me why you can't play it. This is unheard of. This was working. This system has been in place for about 5 years without me touching this code. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Pardon me. Sorry, I know why. It's already been played. It's already been played in this save file. It can't play because we already have the flag. It's not supposed to play. It's just not supposed to throw an error if it tries to play. So if we go, there'll be a checked flag here for like excavation entry cutscene. So we've actually, it's not playing the cutscene because we've already played it. I'm just playtesting this at a bad time. At a bad save state. Oh no, it doesn't light up. If we don't have on set forge, which gets called when, on new quest flag. So when we make progress, it checks this. Well, I mean, shouldn't it just be on all the time then? The first one? Climb forge. What's making this trigger? So it's off right now. It's fully disabled. And it stays disabled. We bring it here, we come back, it stays disabled. It's gonna stay disabled. Let me check one more thing. Oh, thanks, Christian. Okay, so no, it's not a problem of us not having this flag. We've already got the ability. I bet you we've already got it. Am I stupid again? It's literally just that I'm playing my game and sequence breaking it with my save state. Like I'm actually ruining it with my own save state. That's better. Now that shouldn't be black, that shader. Nice. Cool. I actually don't hate it. It's just too black, but it's kind of okay. Let's quickly have a look at the shader on it. Not you. Where's my VFX layer? There. You. I edited this shader last week, and I made a mistake, I guess. If the effect time is set to 0, you get black, but you should get nothing. So the alpha that comes in here, we need to multiply it by the flame amount that comes out of here. In fact, we should be able to do it like this. This multiplied by that gives you that. Not quite. This one? Oh, it's already split. The alpha of this. There we go. I wonder if we should see a little bit more. But like maybe like this is only like 20%. So you kind of get a little bit of, you can't see it, a little bit of something. Yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah, that's cool. And then we go over here and we fight this guy. Oh, the magic with the glow is actually looking so cool. With that soft glow, it's actually kind of cool. Oh, and the tutorials work now. I wasn't even aware of that. Oh, these are looking actually so slick. Look, it's the correct tutorial now. I think I'll put that glow okay, couple things. First thing is that the gem sprite, the front sprite, I don't even know whether, Oh, it must be the top. That's on character 0. I think that should be on like character 30. Should be like higher up. Because that way, we're up here, and we hit this. Particle system. Wait, what? Oh, that's foreground effects. So maybe it should be on foreground layer. Not character. Yeah. And actually, what would be really cool is if we take the ability scriptable and we take the colors like climb, and instead of this green, we use that green. Now we're cooking. Do you think the width of the particle effects should be a little more varied? It's not quite right. No. Where is the glowing? Oh, it's this brush, I think. I think if we remove that. As opposed to what, BG? Oh, you mean the size differences. You like it more straightforward? Why is brush? That should be good. Okay. Now, if I really want, I can go back to this, and then find the particle system that it was using to do the glow, which I cannot find. It's there. And then, like, we can bring this into the trail. Now, this is a default particle, which I don't think it's set to add or anything like that. Could do pixel particles. We don't want to do like glowy particles. I don't think the overlap will look good. Very cool, but it's a lot. We need the alpha to be set. You know, like for a pixel art game, like I kind of I don't hate it, to be honest with you. It kind of gives it another feel, but it's maybe not appropriate. I don't know. Maybe if I like fully quantized it. And made it like a... You can't quantize it. It's all different colors. I think we can get rid of it. I think it's too much. It's nice, it's impressive, but I don't think it fits. Hello? Oh, same issue as before. Hey, Serki, thank you so much for the 56 months. 56, 57. Holy moly. That's crazy. How have you been? Hey-ho. Is game development the primary reason why you started to learn coding? Yeah, pretty much. That's all I've ever wanted to be. Alright, I think it's time. The only other thing I need to see is what happens when we are in, say, this scene, and we have no progress set, and we are loading in here, and we do... Oh, I don't even have a sword. Whoops. That's probably going to be an issue. Okay, not no progress. Those. They need to get out of here. Thank you so much, Serki. I can still not pronounce your name, but I won't stop trying. Serki? It's been ages. Ink streak. So this, we could just do ensign trail. Get rid of this thing. Put that there. Is that literally all I have to do? Nope. Oh, no, it is working. It's just... I didn't paste it in the right spot. Still not. Hang on. Oh, is that a little too high? Let's try that again. I found myself working on particles today, wasn't on purpose. I'm just here doing it. Okay, here are the particles. Their start color is set to 0, so that's no good. All of this code is like actually useless now. I should just like repurpose this stuff and just like get out of here. Rather than like it's all wrong and none of it works. Like this thing, what has it got? It's got a wonder, fade duration, lifetime. Let's see if I can hack into it until it works and then just get out. I don't want to play with it too much. It's just a bit of a failure of architecture on my part. Still no good. This is like, I was so deep in this stuff trying to get stuff to work, and I knew, you know, there's like, sometimes you just get in this situation where like, there you go. You get into this situation where you kind of know like that you're in difficult territory, but you want to explore what you're doing. The emission speed is not great on those. It might actually be the ink. Yeah, like you get too ambitious. You want to figure something out, but it's hard to do it, you know? So you push through it anyway, even though you feel like you're not in the right spot because you think maybe it'll come through. And then you look back and it's like, well, in hindsight, the answer was much simpler. And I guess I learned something doing it that way, but it doesn't feel great. Yeah. We've got 2 of these. What the heck? Why is this not working? Probably because ink is not... Does it have... It's public. It's locked in there, right? Oh, but ability isn't set yet. Ah, I know where this goes. This goes here. Yeah. It's just like the suffering of having to use, like the suffering of not being able to do a refactor yet. There we go. It's a little bit, I don't know why it's a bit, they're a bit broken up. I don't know why that's like that. Also, what are you doing that's wrong? You? Is it not in the build index maybe? It is. It's not my problem right now. Why? I gotta go soon, pals. I don't know why that's not working. Wait, what? What is this? Okay. Why is this weird? Also, I don't know what other meta. Does that exist when I press play? No. I don't know. I can't. I'll come back to that later. I could delete the door. Put it back here. Haha, key not found exception. Why? But it doesn't give me the option to add it to build settings. That's so weird. What is going on? Having some crazy bugs today, pals. Really, really bad ones. Really bad. I have no idea what's causing this stuff. This stuff's all very, it's not like, it's like it's performing worse over time. And it's the same code, and it's not my code. But I don't know why it's not working. I'm not going to play with it. What were we even doing? We were doing the VFX on the particles. Oh, man. So, what's going on here? Why are these so separated? They weren't this separate before. The emission is set to rate over time 0, and then this is up to 100. I mean, that's not 100. I don't know. That doesn't look right. Oh, I think I know why. Is it because of the time scale that it's using? Huh. That actually might be it. No. It should be scale time. Look at how dense that is. It shouldn't change if you speed it up. So then why does the other one not work well? Yeah, like what's the deal with this? Why is it doing that? They're the same. Emission, same. But I've never seen that do that. This one doesn't do that. Why does it look like it's got a big gap in it? There's nothing about them that's different. When I edit them, they're exactly the same. How is that even possible? Look at how big the gap is. Like, it's not even close. Maybe I should have some over time as well. I mean, that's fair, I guess. It does feel a bit weird. Okay, well, I guess that's that. It's still not right though. What was that? I don't get it. Oh, I don't think I... Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, man. Even if I set this to 20, like, is it going to make a difference? Do you know what? It might be turning the emission off at some point and forcing the number of particles later. Room dependent. The thing is, I don't think it is doing any of that stuff. I just don't know what is happening to make it have such a gap. Wait, the emission's turned off. There is something wrong. There is something happening. Set key, set ability, set start vector. Okay. This just gets spawned into the world. When does this turn off? Man, I am totally lost as to how I wrote this. I actually am so lost. Like, what did I do? What was I doing? Like, this just creates this thing, it spawns it in. Hang on. You. No. What about you? What do you do? You could be triggering false. You could be emission. Okay. I think I'm there. This is the only thing I think that can control the emission of one of these things. Well, hang on a second. Why does that look so good? But looks so bad here. I got no clue. I was supposed to do so much other stuff today. This wasn't even on my list. So if I go off, on, no. Am I just wrong? Is it just like not doing what I think it's doing at all? The emission is on and it is emitting until it stops emitting. It just happens to emit more of them somehow. I don't understand this. I don't understand how that's possible. I'm at a complete loss. Wait a second. What's all this? What are these additional bunches? Hang on a second. What's going on here? This is like, it's so foreign that it's stuttering like this. It's really bad because the appearance is inconsistent. So if I look at it while paused and stepping through like this, that's perfectly fine. That's what I would expect to see. If I play it, it's like totally staggered. It's not even close to right. That's not even close. But like, look at this. It did like 1, 2, 3, 4 particles here. It like spammed them. You seeing that? Like here, 1, 2, 3, 4 particles here. 1, 2, 3 there. If these were all spread out properly, maybe it would be fine. The thing is, this stuff actually has nothing to do with anything. And I don't think the emission's not even being changed from what I would expect it to be. So the only thing I can think of is that it's doing something based on the update loop elsewhere, I guess. It's not really, I'm not really sure what's happening. Like, I'm not really understanding it at all. If I just force the emission on again. You know what? I'm like one step away from just rewriting this code. Just rewriting it. Hey Dave, thank you so much for the tip. Inspirational as always. Have a good night. Thank you, thank you. Sorry I missed that. Anyway, I gotta go. Couldn't solve it. Is it bad? I can't even. It's a bit much. Yeah, I'm just gonna like replace that system entirely with something much simpler. Yeah, it's no big deal. I could have rewritten it in the time it's taken me to try to debug it. Okay, pals, thank you so much for checking out the stream today and for the week. That's it. That's the last one we got. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here for those of you on Twitch. What a buggy day this was. Unfortunate. Ambivalent Bunny, do you want to see some leak code work? Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. If you like my content, then you should go check out my YouTube channel, those of you on Twitch, or become patrons at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. You can also become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice for those of you on YouTube. And that's it. That's the stream. As always, I'll see you next week. I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.